We are starting by once it's 10 minutes after 10. So the introduction today. Welcome everyone for the in today's study workspace. So I welcome you. Come and join us. If you are watching from the eye, join us and bring your task, bring your priority task today. Don't bring everything to the table, just what you need to achieve, just what is very important to you, those things that have deadline and they're important to you. So bring them to the table today. Let's see how much you can achieve. It's very important that you schedule your work and schedule your rest. So let's learn how to balance work and rest. It's very important for you to have short break in between jobs. So if you're going to work up to 3 hours, it's good that you schedule your break. So as you're leaving this morning, wherever you are working, whatever you are doing this morning, and you are seeing me and you are going out and you haven't scheduled your rest, please do. It's very important because you're the most important part of your success story. So you will need to rest. Rest is part of you being productive, is being wise, is self-care, it is self-love. It's not a luxury. It's not because you have got it all. It's not because you finished everything you ought to do, but because you deserve to rest, because you're a human being, because you need clarity, because you need your focus, because you need to achieve your aim. It's very important that you rest. So as you're leaving for your work this morning, if you're going to work maybe for 3 hours, make sure you get short break in between, maybe 30 minutes of break. That is just, should I say, that's the average. Some people do well 20 minutes, then they will rest for 5 minutes, or 25 minutes and rest for 5 minutes. And some will do all the way to 1 hour, then they will rest for 10 minutes. And some will do at a stretch for 3 hours and rest for 30 minutes. So it's very important that you schedule your rest. Your rest is very important. It's part of you being wise. It's part of you being very productive. So I will encourage you today to rest. I will encourage you to rest. I will encourage you to take care of yourself. It's very important. Now let me set this up properly. It's very important that you rest. So if you are joining me this morning, remember that we'll be having break every 15 minutes on top of the hour, which means once it's 10:50, we are going for a break. Then we have 10 minutes break. Another break will be happening 11:50, then 12:50, 1:50, 2:50, and the last one we built till 4. Then we wrap it up. And remember that here, when you are joining us, that we minimize distractions during our sprint time, during the deep work hour. Then we sprint it out during the chat time, which is our break time. You can decide to go for your break. You can decide to just listen in or chat with us. It's important that you take your break. And how do you take your break? Is for you to be present in your break, is for you to be present at work. So if you are going to be present at work, if you're going to be productive, it's very important that you are present in your rest. So during your rest time, don't take your work along, don't go around trying to finish what you could not finish. That doesn't show that you care for yourself. And for your clarity, for your productivity, for you to be productive, for you to be efficient, then you need rest. You need to properly rest to gain the clarity that you need. So I will invite you today to work with us. This is the time for us to start. So we'll be speaking again once it's 10:50. So I wish you a very productive 40 minutes. Yeah, so we've come to the end of this section. This is another break time. This is our first break actually. So you can go on your mindful break, and during this time you are expected to enjoy your break, to be present in your break. So take your break serious. As you take your work serious also. So we'll be discussing, because I can just imagine people that are studying with me, if you are in such environment as I am in now, you understand that it's getting really cold. It's very cold now. And being in the library, you will need some heater. If you are in the library, or maybe you have your study space, you will need the heater to keep warm. But for me, it's usually a case of, should I say, a trade-off between being comfortable, that's being warm, and having headache, or being cold and struggling. So you can explore, like me, other ways of keeping warm without using the heater that much, because long exposure to heater for me is a no-no. It gives the headache, it dries the air. I've even learned to put water, maybe a basin of water, close to the heater so it doesn't just get too dry. But I still feel that it's tasking, and switching between hot and cold, it's tasking to the brain, to the nerves, trying to contract and trying to expand. Because when you are hot, your blood vessels, they will expand. When you are cold, it's contracting. So you keep switching between these, so it's very tasking to the body. And another thing that I just found out is, because your body is struggling also to keep warm, so your brain is functioning, is doing excess labor to keep you warm, to give signal to your body, every part of your body, to be warm. So I think that is also part of why the headache happens. So it's just good that you explore other means of keeping warm also. It's not always very good. If you are going to study for 3 hours, you're going to study for 6 hours. Some of us, we stay in the library when we go there, especially if you're writing up your thesis. If you have something serious that you are doing, sometimes you go to the library by 8 in the morning, or you go to your study space by 8 in the morning, to go back by 6 or 5 or maybe 7, 8 at night. That's a long time to stay under the heat, or to stay in cold. So it's very tasking. So you can try looking at how to keep warm naturally, not just artificially, because if you're using the dry, it's artificial, so it's drying up the air, it's taking the moisture out of the air, so it's tasking. And that direct heat, sometimes we even have these portable heaters that you just put it close to you, because you're trying to keep warm, but it's affecting you. It's also taking from your focus, it's taking from your body function. So it's good you just look at other means of keeping you warm. Some of us, okay, maybe you need to uh, buy a thick coat, or maybe you get a big duvet, And during this time, it's very comforting. It's very comfortable for you to be under the quilt. You just cover yourself and you enjoy it. Maybe it's snowing, maybe it's raining and it's very cold. You cover yourself. You see yourself sleeping endlessly. You are reading. You read one chapter and you are off you go, and before you know it, you are back after 1 hour or two, and before you know it, you're hungry, you eat, you sleep. That is just what happens around this time of the year. It's a relaxing time. I really like the cold. If you have been in a hot environment where the temperature gets to 40, gets to more than 40, you understand that yes, it's actually preferable being in the cold, because that can be helped. You can cover yourself. You have so much, maybe you wouldn't be able to move around easily with what you're covering, but in the hot is something else. I have been in a place, you go and buy ice water, you mean ice block, you put it in the bucket to use for shower. Just give it less than 20 minutes, it's already hot again. So it's something that I know is not, it's a no-no, it's hot. So in this code, you should learn how to layer up. Layering up is far better than just wearing one thick cloth when it comes to keeping warm. So you need to learn how to layer up, layer by layer. That's wearing those clothes that keeps you warm, those that regulates your body temperature. You put it on, you put another one. So because it will block that you losing your temperature easily, and the outside temperature affecting your body. So learn how to layer up, and not just putting on clothes after clothes. Not every cloth keeps warm the same way. So you need to make some should I say, research, go to the shop, look for those body warmer, get some, you put them on your body, then you put another one with your sweaters, then your jumpers. It will still look so simple, but yes, it keeps warm. It keeps you warm better than the big thick should I say, the jackets. You know, those big jackets, they are good for the weather that you are walking. Your body is keeping warm, you are moving around, and that is blocking the flow of air from outside. But if you are sitting like I'm sitting, and you think that is going to keep you warm for a very long time, because it's not, most times it's not breathable, it might make you overheat and you still feel cold. So it's not the best. So learn to layer up, and there are places in your body that you learn to keep warm. The first of it is your head, especially if you have very little hair on your body, on your hair. So you cover your head. You need to get a cap, get a winter cap or whatever, cover your head. Make sure your head is warm. Your neck is another place that needs to be warm, and your leg. So make it, should I say, shop for it during this winter if you want to be warm, especially if you have been struggling and you think, how do I keep warm? What do I do? And you think getting the thick jacket is going to help. At home, it will be difficult for you to do your chores using those thick jacket at home. Like if I'm studying now, if I wear all those, should I say, eyes polar ice polar jackets, they are this thick, you can't work with it, it's not flexible. So you learn to layer up. You put layer upon layer of clothes. It will block the cold more than that big one, and still give you the flexibility to work. Another thing is to get winter socks and cover your leg. If you can get those winter home shoes that you can put on, you put it on. That's still very good. And learn to cover your neck. You know, many people, they will buy hats, they will buy socks, but they never knew that neck is very important. Your neck, once it's covered, you feel like you are warm, and your whole body will start feeling warm. So it's very important during this winter, especially if you be studying during this winter, you have some things to write and you have some things to deal with, that you need to come out of your bed. Then you need to get your head cover, you need to get your neck dressed, you need to get your leg dressed, your feet. So your feet should be warm, your neck should be warm, and your head should be warm. You know, when you go, maybe you browse through the internet, they will always tell you, cover your legs, make sure that you wear a good jacket. But it's very important that you cover your neck. It's very important that you cover your head and your legs. So you can get a shawl. Just, it mustn't be very expensive, you know. Just make sure you get one. And once your neck is feeling warm and your feet, they feel warm, your whole body tends to feel warm. So it's very important that you buy those things. They are the accessories that will help you during this winter time. And you can see, I don't know where you are, but here today we can see we saw snowflakes falling, which means it's going to be really cold. I'm not predicting anything, but looking at the way it is going, I think this winter is going to be really into winter. So it's good you get prepared. It's good that you get ready for it. It won't cost you more. Just look around, get a good hat, maybe just two for a change. And if you don't have any already, then you can get a shawl or a scarf. Get good ones that you can use. Just cover your neck. You roll it around your neck. Sometimes if they are big enough, you can just spread it and still cover your shoulder. But your neck is very important. If your neck is feeling cold, if you leave your neck open, you might be thinking, why am I feeling cold? Though you are wearing the big jacket, why am I still feeling cold? Though your head is covered, why am I still feeling, but your neck is open? So you wear clothes, jumpers, and layers like this, and you cover your neck. Is very important. It makes you feel warm and still gives you the flexibility to do your work. You can do your chores at home, you can write and be flexible, because you're not going to be wearing big jackets. Yeah, if you wear, unless you have a very good one that is flexible. If you don't have if you have the thick ones, your hand will be hanging this way. Another thing you can also get is do they call it these gloves that doesn't have the cover, so the tips of your fingers are open. You can still type, you can still write. So you get it to cover your hands. They are important during this winter. So you won't be feeling cold, because if you're feeling too cold, you won't be able to function the way you should. So we've come to the end of this break time. Is another sprint time. It's time for us to study. It's time for us to do our work. So if you are joining us, remember that we have 15 minutes of work time and then 10 minutes of mindful break, during which we chat. So if there is anything you want us to chat about, studying, about being productive, you can just put it in the chat. Then we look at it and chat during the breaks. I wish you a very productive 15 minutes again. So be speaking once it's 11:50. So make sure that every second of these 50 minutes counts. So we've come to the end of the second section of our sprint time. So it's our break time. You can go for a walk if you are in a place that is warm enough for you to walk, or you want to just go stretch or have your healthy snacks, or you can stay here and chat with us. Those are the things that we are doing during this time. But I will encourage you to be present in your break and take your hands, your mind, and if you've been working with your leg off the work that you're doing. So let's relax now and see. Is there any chat? Is there anything in the chat? Nothing. That's what I discuss, and nothing that we can discuss from there. You can ask questions like, um, questions around studying, around productivity, and around not wasting your time. Somebody was just telling me yesterday, that 20 years is just like, before you know it, people are saying 20 years is too much. Before you know it, 20 years is gone. Then I ask, if they should add 20 years to the age you are in now, let's just assume you are 20. If they add another 20 years, you're already 40. If you are 40, they add another 20 years, you are 60. And you can just take the picture that you took 20 years ago and see how far you've gone within the 20 years. That is what that time is. Time is life itself. It's not something that you play with. It's not something that you just while away. People while away time, they just wait. So it's going to pass, it's good, and they do nothing about it. They do absolutely, they contribute nothing to their moving forward or to their avoiding trouble or to their achievements, because they think time is going to heal everything. But the thing is that whether you use the time or you did not do anything within that time, the time is going, and that is life itself. That is not something you can afford to waste. I will always say it's that the most important things in life, they come free. Like time, you are not paying for the time. It has been given to you 24 hours every day. Another thing that is very free, and I don't know, maybe in 100 years, maybe in 1,000 years, they might put a price to it, and that is air. That's another thing that is very important, because that's the first thing you will take when you enter this earth, and that's the last thing you will give up before you leave. So that is how important it is. That's something you can't do without. You must always breathe. You must need the air, and almost everything, whether living or non living, we all need the air, and it's been given free. Just imagine if you are going to be paying for this air, the much you use it, are you able to pay for it? That's it. The most important things in life, they come free. They're always free. So take them very serious. Though they are free, they are not to be wasted. They are not things that you just keep breathing in and out without using it for anything. You are not doing anything in the morning. You are whiling away till evening. You wait, before you know it, 1 month is gone, and then 1 year, before you know it, you were 10 years, now you are 20, now you are 35. That's just it. And some people are living that way. It's not that they have any problem, but yeah, they are waiting for time, but time waits for no one. Another thing that is important in life is water also. And mostly, don't just imagine because people are paying water rates now, and they want you to pay for the water bill, whatever. Water is actually free. You can get water from the rain. Nobody's going to charge you for that. There is water in the stream. If you want to know, you can go to the villages, you can go to African villages, to Asian villages, because these are places I visited. You will see there is still free water. You go to the stream, you can fetch water, drinkable ones, and it's free. Even if you're paying for it, you can still survive without paying for it. So you can still go out, put your things out, and harvest water and use it. It's still free, though they are trying to close everywhere to make sure people are paying for it. Yeah, it's part of life. Then pay for it if that is where you are living in now. Then another thing that is very important to humans is food. You see how the importance of it grows from the time itself, which you have absolutely no control over, to the air that you have absolutely no contribution to bring it to be. You can pollute it, but it's still there, so it's free. You're not paying for it. To the water, they have tightened so many ways to get money from it. To food, that you can actually go to the forest and get some. You can survive just eating some grasses, some things that are edible in the bush, to buying very exquisite food from the market. So those are the free things, but you ought not to waste them. So you need to plan how you use your life. It's not just waking up and sleeping every day. Because if you sleep and wake up every day and keep waking up, okay, oh, today is again, it's another day again, you go out. That is how you wake up from January to the next January. It makes no difference in your life. You see your life, you are growing old and you have nothing to show for it. But you have to plan each day. You have to be very specific what you are doing each day. So how do you become productive? How do you improve yourself? How do you grow? Some people will think, oh, it's very difficult. But before you close your eyes and open it, if you were using that time to improve yourself, you must, maybe in 5 years you'll be a graduate, in 4 years you'll be a graduate, in 10 years maybe you have your PhD, you have a nice job, or maybe if you're doing a business, in 1 year you just establish it, in 2 years is growing strong, in 5 years you have a name. That is how it works, but you must contribute your own quota to it. You must do something about it. You can't just stand up. Let me plug this. You can't just stand up and eat every day, sleep, and you think things will keep going. No, nothing goes for nothing. That is how it works. So you must do your best. You must calculate very well every time, every day. And for you to be very efficient, it's very good that you plan over a week. You should know what you are doing on Monday. You should know what you are doing on Tuesday. You should know what. So plan each week if it is possible. You just maybe use the Gantt chart as a student, as a researcher, to plan. Maybe 6 months you plan, in 1 year you plan, in 3 months. Okay, these are the things I'm going to be achieving. Then you Gantt chart it, you put them and color code it. So this week, this is what I'm expected to do. So you need to be very clear. That is the first step in being productive. That is the first step in you being useful, in you improving yourself, is to have that clarity of mind, to know what to do each time, to know what you're expected to do in every 1 hour. Maybe this 1 hour that you're in now, if you were asked, let's just say somebody tapped you on the shoulder and said, oh, what will you be doing in the next 2 hours? Will you be able to say what you're going to do? That is how important it is. If you must be productive, if you have so many roles to do, maybe you're a student, you're a writer, you're a parent, you have so many things to do. So many people, they keep juggling it, they bring it together, and every day they are exhausted, they are tired, and at the end they see no headway. It's because they are not clear on what they ought to do. So you need to plan your day, you need to plan your week, you need to be sure every next 1 hour, what am I doing? What will I be doing when it is 5 p.m.? What will I be doing when it is 10 p.m.? What will I be doing when it is 3 p.m.? You should be sure of that. That is the first step in being productive. That is the first step in improving yourself. You need to know exactly what you want, exactly what you are working at, exactly what you want to achieve. Exactly, you should know how complete looks like in that case. You should know how, should I say, um, it should be measurable. It should be something that, okay, I've achieved 20% of it. Okay, I've done 50%. It should be measurable. It should be very clear to you what complete looks like. I'm not talking about perfection, because it will never be perfect. If you're looking for it to be perfect, you might work forever and it will never be perfect, because things keep changing. And when there is a change, there should be a need to change whatever you're doing. So it will never get perfect. So don't wait for perfection. What you should be working at is the deadline, the completion of that project. So you should be sure and clear what complete means in that case. If they say, oh, complete this, you should be able to envision in your mind, this is what it means. So you know clearly what you are working towards. And that is the first step in being successful. That is the first step in being tenacious. Some people, they will never give up. And that is the attitude of people that will make it in life. Being tenacious, holding on. And for you to be able to hold on, you don't only need to know what you want, you should know why you want it. Because that why is going to keep you going, even when the going gets tough. They say strong men are those that keeps going when the going gets tough. No, it is those that knows why they are there, why they are fighting. That is those are the people that will keep fighting, even when it is easier to give up, when it is easier to take bribe, when it is easier to just get angry. They keep going, is because they know why they are fighting. So it's very important. You don't just wake up every day and sleep every day and you think miracle will happen. No, you should have a plan. So we've come to the end of this break time. Is another springtime for us. It's time for us to read. It's time for us to study. For those that are studying, this space is for students that are preparing for exam, for the researchers, for the writers. So it's like a retreat. Join me here every Wednesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's a time for us to achieve together, and here we offer support. Here we talk about how to improve ourselves. Here we talk about how to be productive and how to manage not only our time but our energy and our focus. So remember, it goes 50 minutes of focus sprint, deep work time, and 10 minutes of mindful break. So we speak again once it's 12:50. So we've come to the end of this section. This is our break time again, you see. That's how fast it goes. And we've worked for another 15 minutes. This is the third section, and this is okay, now 12:51. So you can go on your break for a stretch, for a walk, for a drink. Make sure that you are hydrated. If you need a drink, you can stand up, get a drink, and have your healthy snacks. So we are talking about how to be productive and what it means to be living meaningfully, not just living. There is a difference between just existing and living. So many people, they existing, they wake up every morning, and God's willing, nothing happens to them. They will still sleep at night to wake up in the morning. So that is how they have designed their life to be. Or maybe it's not by design, they are struggling. But what you can do for yourself, what can really help, is for you to put a structure to your life. Make a structure that works for you. A routine, a simple routine, can really do a miracle. But it's not like it should be rigid, that it should be something that must always hold the way it is. So no changes, but you're a human being, you can still change them. But routine is quite important, especially those things that matters. You just fix them. You might not fix everything, but just fix the time that you call. Maybe for me, it is this work section, it is this study section. For you, it might be a productivity section. So you fix the time, saying, okay, every day I'm going to be reading, I'm going to be studying, maybe 3 hours, and you just fix the time and observe that time. It is very important. It can do a lot in getting your table cleared. It can do a lot in improving your life. If you have so many things that you are pursuing, maybe you want to study further, you want to write exam, you want to improve your skill. These are things that needs time and needs focus. These are things that, if you are doing it, it's very tasking. So you need to really, should I say, allot time to it. It's very important. And for you to do that, you should know what you really want. What do you want in life? What do you want out of that study that you have embarked on? What do you want out of that training? What do you want out of that job? You need to know the what. So that is the clarity we are talking about, and you need to know the why, which is what will keep you going, which is what will keep you focused, which is what will keep your attention and wake you up at night. That is what will keep you motivated, if you know why. And let's just because for me, I like talking about school. I like talking about learning. There are so many people that in life, they want to be this, they want to be pilots, they want to be lawyers, they want. When I was asked, I told my teacher, I want to keep learning, and that is just me, and I love learning. And for me, learning is is very important. And if you are like me, or maybe you are not like me, you are a student, you should know what you are looking for in that school. What took you to that school? Were you just there to answer as students? Were you just there to be called a graduate? And especially for those that their parents can afford to pay the school fees, were you just there because your parents say you should go to school? Were you just there because you need a certificate to get a job? You need to be very clear what you want. Because if you don't know what you want out of it, you're going to abuse it. At the end, you might come out getting the wrong thing. It's still a work in progress. It's a big work in progress. Maybe I will need to summarize some of them and just present them, maybe put them in videos, and looking at certain boundaries. It's very important for you to have that clarity of purpose. What do you want? What do you want to achieve? What does it look like? If they ask you, okay, make an image of this that you want, what is it? Is it the certificate? Is it the knowledge that you want? Is it the skill that you want? So these are the things that takes people to school, that makes you to go and look for a master to learn from, that will send you to a trade. So in that trade that you have found yourself in, where you just push there, maybe your parents say, oh, you must be a doctor. They said, oh, you must be a lawyer. That is why you are studying there. That is still a reason. So what is it that you want? Is it just that certificate? What is it that you want? Is it just that is it just the to be answering when they say, oh, what are you doing? So I'm a student. Is that the reason why you went there? You need to have that clarity of purpose in life. If you don't have that clarity of purpose, you see yourself, you waste a lot of time in between. You waste a lot of time in between where you are and where you are going, because you never knew where you were going. But if you know where you are going, you've already drawn the straight line. Remember, in mathematics, the shortest distance between two objects is what? A straight line. So that straight line is just the clarity. That is what that straight line is. When it comes to your purpose, when it comes to what you are doing, the straight line is clarity. You knowing what you want and what it looks like is very important. So if you have gone to school as a student, what are you doing in school? Are you working towards the purpose that took you to that school? Are you just going to school because others are going to school? So what actually made you to say, okay, if you're in West Africa, okay, you are writing WAEC. If you are in other countries, maybe you are writing your GCSE. You have so many entrance, so many exams. Why are you doing it? What is it that pushed you into it? So you need to have that clarity of purpose. If you have already seen yourself in the university, why are you there? And why did you choose the university you chose? Is it because that is the one you could pass? Is it because that is the one that does they are good in the area of specialization you chose? So you need to know what you are looking for. And that will help you to cut down on so many noise and so many things that doesn't matter. It will help you to streamline your endeavor. So you be focused, you put your energy to the things that matters. You need to know clearly what you want in school. And that will help you not to waste your useful time, because many people don't know why they went to school. That is why you see them, they will sit down and pay others to write their homeworks for them. That is why you will see some people, they will sit down and boldly tell you that, oh, that they are using AI they will just download whatever, they will just put it there and download and send, because they never knew why they went to school. I don't know. Maybe, let me not say that they don't know. They're all adults. They might be looking for what I'm not looking for. They might be looking for what, to me, is not real. Because if your aim is just to get the certificate, yes, you might get a certificate, but at the end, what do you do with it? At the end, what is it that you have achieved? You've achieved wasting your money, you've achieved wasting your time, you have achieved even losing your own confidence as a human being. Because once you start using others to write, you are losing your confidence. Why you went to school is not only to get the certificate. Most times, okay, let's just go back to that. I will just pick it a little, because we have less than 2 minutes to go out of this break. So many people, they are looking at that certificate. That is the one evidence that you see when people graduate. They will give them certificate. Oh, you had a 2-1, or you have that 2-2. Oh, that's a third class. Oh, just a pass. Oh, that's a first class. And in some cases, that's a cum laude, And people will be so fascinated about that paper. It's not all about that paper. Actually, that is not the only reason why you went to school. The school was established to teach people to improve their thinking, to teach people how to find knowledge, to teach people how to go about looking for solution, to teach people how to interact with others. There are so many things you gain from going to school that is not just that certificate. So if you have gone to school and you came out uneducated because you were looking at just the paper, so everything you did was to get that certificate, then you have miserably lost it. You have lost your money, you've lost the time. You went there to improve your thinking. Learning how to think, learning how to learn will never go out of style. So you need to improve your thinking. You need to improve your learning ability. You need to improve your memory. You need to improve your, should I say, your social skill. You need to improve those skills. Those are the things that matters in school. So it's very important to us. And we've come to the end of this session. This break time is now our sprint time again. So I want us to sprint it to see how much we can achieve in 50 minutes. Yeah, it's very cold now, and I don't know where you are, but even if you're feeling that cold, I want you to also know that yes, it's for a moment. You just have to walk when you have to walk and get yourself covered. Don't allow yourself to get too cold, because it will be tasking on your body too. And don't use too much heater. You know, many people think heater will solve the problem. That's too much heater is still not too good for you. So make yourself comfortable in a natural environment and layer up. We'll talk about that, maybe just talk about it a little the next break. So let's go and see how much we achieve in 50 minutes. And I want you to make every minute of these 50 minutes to count.
Yeah, Tommy. Yeah. Fantasy.
So it's our break time now. And for me, I'm taking my lunch break now. If you're working with me, you can go on your break. Take time to stretch. After every 3 hours, you should at least walk around. That's very important. Some pause it for now, then return after 5 minutes. Need to go get a cup of tea. See if I wasn't that fast to go up. Yeah, it's break time. So let me check through the charts. Just make myself a cup of tea. Really proud of myself. I could make it in 5 minutes. I'm back. Yes. So here we go. So it's still at break time. We have 5 minutes. still for the break. No. So what's happening here? Let me look through the charts and see what has been happening. Okay. Okay, Home of Beauty. Thank you for the likes and thank you for visiting. Who has been here also? Just checking through. I could see was this. Yeah, Bometa. Name, if I pronounced it well. Home of Beauty, thank you so much for visiting. And it's still our break time, so we've been talking about clarity in purpose, which helps in reducing time wasting, because people waste their time a lot. Not because they want to waste time, but because they didn't have a plan from the beginning. So if you didn't have a plan and you start doing things, it will waste your time, because in between the work at hand and the next one, you don't know what you ought to do or what you should do. So it's always good. It's a good practice to plan beforehand. It's a good practice to plan maybe a week ahead if you want to be productive. Don't just wake up and start working each day, because that might not be to your advantage. Just checking what's happening here. Checking what's happening here. Yeah. Okay. So you need to be clear on what you want to achieve. What is it that you are planning to achieve? What is it that took you to the space you have found yourself in? If you are joining us, why are you here? If you have gone to school, why did you go to school? If you are learning to work, you are learning to do any you're learning any skill. What is it that you want from that skill? Do you just want to graduate and maybe just have a name? Some people, that is just their own aim, to be called educated. Maybe they were graduates, or maybe, oh, I have my master's, and that is all they need. And some, it's not just that they want an excellent result. They want to make connections. They want to grow. They want to improve. There are so many things that takes people to learn a skill. Maybe there is a job they are targeting and they want to get that, and the only way that they can land that job is to get that skill or to get that certificate. That is why they went there. And some, it is because they want to improve the way they think. It is to learn from experts, to learn how to handle things easily. So that is why they went there. So it's important that you find out what is it that you are looking for in the space that you find yourself in, even before you start, and make plans and ask yourself, why do you need it? It's very important that you also know the why, not only just the what. Because if you know the what and you don't know the why, one day it's going to really it's going to really be harder to achieve it, and you see yourself contemplating, or should I leave it, or should I go on? But if you know why, there is a reason why you went there, and this job you've been targeting it, and without this you can't get it, and this is your dream job, you hold on. And if you know why, maybe because in your family nobody has ever done this and you really want to break a circle, then you will hold on. But if you don't know why, maybe you know what, you have that clarity. But when it gets tough, you might start looking for alternative. You might start looking for plan B, plan C, and so on, which is a lot of time and energy wastage. So let's just focus on getting the clarity, knowing what and knowing why you want it. So we are back to our springtime now. It's time for us to do the work that brought us to this place. So during the break, like I told you, it's always a time for us to chat, but to 1 p.m., the break that happens around 1 p.m. is normally my own lunch break. So I take it serious also. And walk around, even though it's cold. It's very cold here today. I think they say it's between 5 and -3 degrees, but that is not even the distance. For me, I don't like using heater that much because it gives me the headache. But you need to learn to layer up. Layering up helps you to keep warm and still gives you the flexibility to walk around, unlike using a big coat. And when it gets to wearing coat, you can still wear coat if you want, but when you layer up, it gives you the flexibility to walk around. Your hand is flexible. So that is one thing you should learn during this week, during this winter, to layer up, to cover your head, your neck, your leg. It's very important. So buy those accessories, those winter accessories. It's time for you to bring them out. If you've been storing them, if you store them up, if you've been waiting to buy, this is the time for you to go for it. So you get a scarf, you get a nice winter socks, you get a nice winter hat, and yeah, you're good to go. Once your neck is warm, your leg is warm, your head is warm, then you're good to go most times. So these are the most important parts that you will have to get the accessories for. So let's continue and see how much you can achieve in these 50 minutes. Yeah, so we've come to the end of this section. This is another break time. A time to walk around, a time to chat, a time to stretch. It's a time for you to renew your energy. So if you've been walking, it's time for you to go out. It's time for you to walk around. If it's not raining where you are, it's time for you to meditate if you want to meditate. So generally your break time is your time to take care of yourself. It's time for you to renew your energy. It's time for you to gain clarity and to gain focus. And break is very important in work, is very important in your productivity. It is very much more important than people ascribe to it. It's very important in your productivity. It's part of you being wise. It's part of you being it is part of you knowing that yes, that you matter in your own case, in your own success story. So take care of yourself during the break. Make sure that yes, you take time off work, even if it is just a short time like we are doing now. It's just 10 minutes each time. Break is something that you should take if you are working, not because you are tired, not because they said it's break time, because you need to be efficient in your work, because you might still be working, you might still be uh, going on and pushing it, say keep pushing it. They'll tell you, "Oh, just one more, if you finish this, maybe just complete this." There are so many excuses that will keep you working. Just like the economists will say, they will tell you that human want is insatiable, which is why we prioritize. Human want is something that you cannot satisfy all. You might say, "Oh, I need this," but when you have it, you will need another one. So it's insatiable. Same thing happens with work. Work can never finish. It won't end. Even when you yourself end, if you are no longer in the picture, it's still going to continue. So it's time for you to take your break and be present in your big break. Be present in yourself. Don't take the remaining part of the work or the work that you didn't finish before the break and go to your break time. People will say, "Oh, let me go on break. Oh, let me just finish this. Oh, okay, I'll be having tea while completing this." Please desist from that. If you are the type that think that break is a luxury, that break is because you already got everything together, no, you are getting it wrong. Break is part of you being productive, is part of you knowing the limits of work and the limits of rest. Because if you don't have enough rest, you are going to get confused somehow, you are going to get dull, your decision making ability will slow down, and you might not be able to make prompt decisions, and you might mix up things. You see people, you go to hospital, you see people making medication errors, you see people making errors, mistakes that they ought not to make on a very good day. It's because they are tired, it's because they are exhausted. Sometimes it might not be from the work they are doing, it might be from a carryover. They have been exhausted, they have been carrying it like a badge. Now they are chronically exhausted, chronically tired. That is where it gets really funny, because now you were trying to be efficient, you were trying to produce more, but you end up producing very little and even troubling yourself. Once it gets to that, the productivity, the production curve, I don't know how many of us will still remember the production curve, is very basic in economics. So you keep, when you add inputs, you get outputs. And that is very important. Let me just talk about it in case you are in production, or in case you haven't heard of that. In production curve, you putting input and getting output. Sometimes you put one, you get two out. Another time you put two, you get five out. So it keeps increasing. At the beginning, most times it will increase at increasing rate. Then at a time it's going to stagnate. So you just put one and you get a unit. So one equal to one at that point in time. If you put £1, then the outcome should be £1. That is when you have, should I say, you've reached the limit there. Then sometimes you keep going, or you see yourself, you put one, you get half. At a time you start getting even zero. When you put, so it has reached the limit. There must be a limiting factor in it. The same thing happens in our productivity as human beings, in our being productive. If you think that working hard gives you success, then you can check it. Yes, it's very important, but at a point, it's not going to be important anymore, because you work more and it's giving you almost nothing, or even going to the negative. If you don't understand economics, you think you are still making gain, because now you've moved from £1 to £1. Now you're still getting, when you put £100, you're getting 150. Then you put £100, another £200. Now you're making 250. Another time you put 200, you're making 200. Then you start putting you put 2,000, you are still making, in your game you are still making, that's the imaginary, you are still making maybe 150. You think you are not making negative. So it's the same thing with your energy, it's the same thing with your focus. So there is time for you to take a break, or you diversify. Let's just say in economics, you say, okay, you might diversify at this point in time. You might change the products, you might change the way you package, you change some things to keep it at that point that it has gotten to the plateau. That's just where you want it. But in real life, if you are tired, you are tired. And if you keep pushing, when you are tired, you lose more than you are gaining. It's as simple as that. Because then you see people making mistakes that might cost other people something that is very precious. You might see yourself making mistakes that might cost you your job. You will see yourself making mistake that you you'll be asking yourself, how did this happen? Because you were tired. Again, let's just look at another thing. I still have 4 minutes here during this break time. I want you to also look at your digital load. How much screen time do you have? How much time do you spend on the screen? Maybe even if you are doing research, sometimes it's good that you print out some things and read it. Sometimes you might just have to put it in something that's in audio and just listen to it. How much screen time do you spend? Because if you notice yourself feeling so tired, you've noticed that now you are always very busy. But when you ask yourself, what am I busy doing? You can't just pinpoint, should I say, equivalent outcome of outputs of your input of time. Then you need to check your digital overload. And once that sets in, you see yourself being so tired, you see yourself getting grudge, you see yourself, so many things go wrong from there. And you think you are busy. You see yourself getting slow in taking a decision. In decision making, you are no longer as fast because you are digitally overloaded. So you need to get this digital sanitization, get screen time off, and maybe you just get a screen, no screen zones in your home, maybe in your bedroom, maybe on the table. Some people, even while they are eating, they are busy on the phone, they are looking at the phone and pressing. It's just like what I was telling someone. It's important that you learn, but know when you are digitally overloaded, that is not healthy for you. So you have to have a screen-free zone at home, especially when you are eating, because that is the time you need to rest. You need your brain to rest to gain clarity. If you keep learning and learning and not having rest, you won't develop your memories. It's not going to help in any way. Rather, it might harm it, because you see yourself getting tired. It's just like a cup that is already too full. It's not settling. You keep pumping. You are pumping water with high frequencies. The pressure is too much. You see what will happen. It will be losing more than it is gaining. So you can check it and see if you have such, and try to tell yourself the truth. It's not the time to feel guilty about it. Tell yourself the truth. Oh, I'm addicted to screen. When I wake up in the morning, I can't do anything. I'll just rush straight to the screen to check what has been happening. The fear of missing out, the fear of, is there anything trending? And you wouldn't know when you are doing it, and you just go in straight. Maybe you haven't even had a quiet time, you haven't even done anything, you go straight to the screen, and you have so many things doing, but you keep going back to it. If it has gotten to that stage, it's time you tell yourself the truth. Oh, I am into this like this, and it's not by design, so I don't want you to feel guilty about it. So it is not that you did it. There are people that design it that way, so as to capture your memory, to capture your brain before you even notice what is happening. So when you tell yourself the truth that this is what is happening, you can get help. And digital overload is something that is going to really affect the way you process information. It will affect the way you do other things around you. It's taking your time, is not improving your knowledge, You think you know it, but when you close that book, when you close that screen and you want to remember it, you see that yes, you are having a lot of things that you don't remember. You think you know it, but you don't know it. And you think, oh, why am I forgetful? Why am I forgetting things so easily now? Is because you are digitally overloaded because of screen time. Maybe it's too much now. So you need to take time off sometimes. You can still listen to radio. There are still radio going on. You can listen to radio. You can listen to news and so many other things. You can use your ears and listen to while you close your eyes, that window, and rest it. So let's just go back to our sprint time again. It's 3 p.m. And this is the last section of this Pomodoro section that we are in. It is our deep work time. So during this deep work time, like I will always say, let every second of it count. Here we teach how to gain clarity, how to be focused, how to know what your complete looks like. Because it's very important in you being an achiever, in you making that success evident in your life. So we are going back, and remember, during this deep work time, we are not chatting. So you can just drop your chat in the chat and post, then I will look at it at the end. And for this last section, normally to run 1 hour. So at 4 p.m., I will come back here and I will chat. I will look at the chat. Please put as much questions on how to study, on how to improve your productivity, on how to improve your memory, especially those lifelong learners like me. If you want your brain to still be sharp, that you're able to read, to critique, you're able to understand when you are even 100, then put questions there and let's answer it at the end of the this sprint time. Then during the break, we just wrap up, which will be happening around 4 p.m. So let's see how much you can achieve during this last section. So we've come to the end of today's study work space. The time is well spent. This is 6 hours already spent, so it has been a very good day, though it's looking cold, but when it is this cold, is also very good for studying. And yeah, I'm not using any heater for now. I don't know how cold it will become after now, but it's quite good. So let's talk about how to uh, layer up, how to keep warm during this time, during this winter time, especially if you are reading. You wouldn't want your body to be paying for the heat. You wouldn't want to be too cold, you wouldn't want to be too hot, because that is tasking to your body. So you will need to learn how to layer up, not just wearing coats. And it's not easy to walk when you are wearing coats, especially if you have the thick ones, if you have a very big one that your hand will be handling. Because once you're sitting and you're not walking around, you tend to lose the ability to control your heat, the heat of your body. Because if you're walking around, you are running, you are doing any chores with your hand, and walking around is easy to control your temperature. But if you're sitting and studying, it's quite easy for you to get cold. So you need to learn how to keep warm, because you don't want to get cold. Getting cold and sitting for a very long time, if you are studying, sometimes you study for 2 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours, like we've done now. And if you are cold all through, that is not going to be good. And if you want to be using heater, I don't know, for that, it gives me headache. uh, I don't know, maybe it's because of the dehydration, maybe it's drying the air, it's making the air very dry. So, and the sudden burst, that's moving from cold to heat, because sometimes you need to put it very close to you, it can make you to have that headache. So learn how to layer up, because if you put layers of clothes, it tends to keep you warm than just putting one single big bulky clothes that wouldn't even allow you to be flexible if you're typing, if you're writing. And just imagine you're writing when you are having your coats is this big. So you can learn to layer up, so you can go to the store today, or maybe when you have the time. It's almost winter, so you need to be warm, and get layers, those base layer clothes, those they call them thermal wear. So you can look for thermal wear. It's very simple. You get them, then you get things like, these little sweaters, then you put them in. You can layer up. Sometimes it might be 3, 4, 5 clothes. It will still look very flat and simple, but you are warm and you can walk. It's very flexible. You can just imagine you putting on coats in your home. It's not easy putting on coats while walking, especially if you have headaches while using um heater. Then you will need to learn to layer up. But importantly, what you need to learn is the parts of your body that you need to keep warm, especially your head, your neck, and your leg. These 3 things should always be warm. Don't allow it to get cold. And once your neck is warm, you tend to feel warm inside, as if you're feeling warm. But if your neck is exposed, some of us, we think, since we've covered our head, we've covered the leg, we have the socks on, we have the shoes on. When you leave your neck open, you tend to feel cold. That is why they made all this. You can go get scarf, all those neck warmer, and put it on. They sell them everywhere. Just get some. And when you cover your neck, or you put on this kind of clothes, the turtleneck, and it covers your neck, it makes you feel warm. Then get a nice winter socks. is very important. It's You don't need to break the bank to get all the fancy ones. Just go to the shop, go to even cheap shops. You will see the socks, get them and put them on. Make sure that your feet is warm. And if you're going out, make sure you put on the right shoes. Check the time before you leave, check the weather before you leave each day, and get yourself a very good hat. If you use hair tie, then get yourself a very good one. If you use hat, get yourself a very good one. If it were to be my grandmother, when she was the one taking care of us, uh, if she puts on the hat, your ears must be inside. She will tell you that the cold will go in through your ears. I don't know how, but you tend to feel warmer if you can pull it and cover your ears. If you are feeling too cold, just pull it down, cover your ears. Make sure your neck is covered. Make sure that you have a warm socks. And if you can't place, it's very important also you get a glove. Maybe the ones that doesn't have the tip, so you can still type and write. It's very important. Importantly is during this winter you should keep hydrated. Don't get dehydrated. It's very easy to get dehydrated because one, it is feeling very cold. You don't want to drink cold water, you don't want to get cold, and you see yourself staying just that way. But the probability of you losing the moisture in your body during this time is very high. So get hydrated. You can get a flask, you can get any kind of flask, and just put warm water in it, so you drink as much water. That will reduce the headache actually. For some, if you are in a place that they put the heater on, make sure you are hydrated, because the heater tends to take the moisture off the environment. So take water, drink as much. And when you are drinking warm water, it will keep you warm from inside. You don't want your brain to instead of focusing on what you are doing, your brain is tasking itself to keep you warm, because it must keep your core warm for you to be alive, and that is primary. So it's going to concentrate on keeping you warm, which is very distracting. So help yourself by keeping yourself warm. You have the clothes, so wear it. If you don't have the right clothes, maybe you are just new in wherever you are and it's cold, you are coming from a very warm temperature, or you have been here and you are struggling, you think, oh, but how do they even put on these clothes? What do I wear this time? You can invest in those base layers. Just ask when you go to the shops, ask, okay, you're looking for base layers, you're looking for thermal wears. They have them in tights, they have them in leggings, they have them as vest, the long sleeve, the short sleeve, so you can get the base layers. You put them first. When you put them first, it will help to hold your body temperature. Then you can layer up as much as you can wear. So when you finish with that, then you get yourself scarf or neck muffler. There are so many of them that you can get. Just get it and wrap around your neck. Once your neck is covered, is warm, you tend to be warm yourself. It looks very tiny, but it's very important. Many people, they feel cold. It's not because they don't have the head warmer or their leg is not warm, but because their neck is exposed. So learn to cover your neck. Again, you need to go and get winter socks. It's not the same as summer socks, so you need to go to the shop, ask. You don't need to break the bank, just get basic ones for the winter and wear it, and make sure that your feet is always warm. Make sure that your head, especially if you are the type that doesn't have much hair on your head, please make sure your head is covered, is warm enough. Even when it is raining, once your hair is soaked, you can get cold easily. But because many people will have hair, we think, oh, just try and barb it and see how cold you'll be. I'm saying this because me, I've had to cut my hair so many times. Then I know during the during the winter, during the cold weather is very cold. And for my kids, I barb their hair even before the winter. I make sure they have hair during the winter, and make sure you cover their hair. Make sure you cover your head. Make sure to cover your neck, and make sure to get a nice winter socks on. Drink enough water. Drink enough warm water during this time. You might think, oh, how do I do it? I'm feeling cold. You might be feeling cold and you are dehydrated, and that is not healthy, and that is not going to help you to improve your focus or to improve your thinking. So you need to be as comfortable so your brain can focus on learning. Your brain can focus on the work at hand. But if you are not comfortable, your brain is tasked, is trying to keep you warm, is sending signals everywhere to keep you warm because you need to. That is very basic. It's very important to your body that you are warm. So you will lose that focus. Don't give yourself away that way. So you can, what you can afford with money is not something you should allow your brain to be tasked. If you can afford it, just go get those things and keep yourself warm during this time. Please make sure, if you are a student, if you are studying, maybe you are going to the library, make sure you dress warmly, make sure that you are okay, that you feel better, because some people, they might end up getting cold and you see them shivering, and once you're shivering that way, I'm telling you, there is no way you will learn. So make yourself comfortable before you leave your home each time. If it is your office, like for me, it's just good you have one coat that is hanging there. You have one scarf that is hanging in the office in case it gets too cold. Then you can just layer up again. So it's very important. We've done 6 hours and we are closing now. Please remember to join tomorrow again by 10 a.m. and we'll do it another 6 hours. So join us in this space. It is meant for students, for the researchers, for those that are studying. So we'll be talking about how to improve our productivity, how to improve your retention ability, how to improve your recall ability, how to improve your memory in general, especially if you want your memory to be sharp. If you want your memory to be intact, even when you are old, you can still remember things, you can still teach, you can still do things that you used to do. Then you need to get busy the right way. You need to get working the right way. You need to get thinking the right way. So you join us during the break time. We discuss these things. We talk about it. You can ask questions. Just put it in the chat and we'll respond to it. You can actually just tell us what you think about studying and the ways to study, the ways to improve your study ability, should I say your outcome, your study outcome. Some of us, we want a very good grade. How do we get about it? How do we go about it? How do we get it done? So it's very important for students. Join us during break, we chat. During the work time, we focus on work, and you see us, we are typing or we are reading. That is just what we do in this space, and we grow. So when you see us, just try to support in any way. Invite students to join us in reading, to ask questions, especially those that are struggling with their grades. If they are struggling to understand, they are struggling to read and retain, then they can ask questions, because these are things that you do with strategies. It's not those that came out as the best. It's not always genetics. Genetics plays a role, I believe that, but the environment and knowing what you ought to do is very important. So you join us and let us tell you how it works. First class people are making it. Cum laude people are making it. No matter what you have so many roles that you are playing, and people are still doing those. There are so many roles. We have athletes that are mothers and they are still shining. They are academics, they are still shining. So it's something you can do, but it's something that you must do intentional. It's not something that just happens, doesn't just happen. So many people think, oh, this person has achieved that, they think it's just happened. No, it doesn't just happen. You have to have a plan, you have to have a strategy, and that is what we do here. So you see yourself excelling without leaving out the things that you want to achieve. Is very important to us. So join us tomorrow once again, so I can see yeah, Home of Beauty. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. So it has been a very nice 6 hours spent. It has been a very productive 6 hours also. So for you to be productive tomorrow, I will employ you to choose your task. I mean, you need to be intentional about it, to find out what you want to achieve, those things that are important to you, and the things that you think, okay, this is the deadline, so you need to bring them to the table. And don't bring many. When you bring many, it is overwhelming. Sometimes you see people, they are procrastinating. It's because they don't know where to start. You need to learn how to break your task into manageable chunks. So just bring 3 that you can manage. That's 2 to 3, not more than that. So we work on that. By the end of the 6 hours, you know how much you've achieved. That is very important to us. And if you are joining us, you can just put in the chat what you are working on, and that will be for tomorrow, because I'm ending it now. I've already spent 6 hours, and it has been good. And for all those that supported one way or the other, I want to say thank you. And for those that joined, I want to say well done. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow.